No, my penta! My penta! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh. Hello. I kind of feel weird watching this and reacting to this entire thing, but we'll watch at least the beginning.
Hi everyone. I just want to start this video out by saying parental advisory. This is not a video for children.
Yeah.
And a trigger warning. Some of the things you're about to hear are going to be triggering for some people. I don't have approval from the board to make this video, but I have to say what needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
I have to. This is a video I never planned on making, and it's completely devastating having to sit down and write this out. But a couple days ago, Michaela Rains passed away. This is the most hurtful and difficult time of my life, so please bear with me as I try to read this through the tears. Michaela was the most bright and shining example of what you could accomplish if you really set your mind to something.
So this girl basically killed herself as a result of a coordinated bullying attempt and effort on, what do you call it, on Reddit. And so, and not just Reddit, it's the internet in general. Let me go back. The Fox Rescue Girl? Well, yeah. Let me see if I can just go ahead and pull it up and show you guys. And I didn't want to go through the entire thing, but yeah.
And she was so sensitive to everything, which is a double-edged sword because on one hand, it allowed her endless empathy for those in her care, but it also means that she took everything negative to heart. And now I want to talk about how words, whether spoken in person or written online, can affect someone.
How do you stop cyberbullying? I think that websites at a certain point, like whenever you're effectively witch hunting someone, like Reddit has, and this is a big problem that Reddit has, and I think Reddit is probably one of the worst websites and worst offenders for this, is that Reddit has rules against witch hunting, right? And the problem is that there are subreddits that are created that are dedicated to witch hunting. And so how is it that you have subreddits that are dedicated to just posting negative content about a person constantly, right? And even lying about them too, right? And again, like if you didn't have this rule, then I wouldn't be saying this. But at the end of the day, why do you have this rule and you don't apply the rule?
For a few years, a group of people had been throwing dirt on Michaela's name and the rescue.
Of course.
Most of these are people she knew, and some of them are other animal sanctuaries.
Oh, Jesus.
They consistently spread ridiculous claims and rumors, and being the sensitive human that she was, Michaela took it all to heart. And it hurt her. It hurt her a lot. But she pushed through. For years, she pushed through the pain of people trying to bring her down and the mental challenges she faced. And she still rescued hundreds of animals and changed the lives of so many.
I think this is especially something that's like a magnet for hostile, vitriolic, negative people, is when they see a person who's doing something for, you know, charity or for the benefit of other people. I think that there's, and this is what I think the psychology of it is, this is my opinion, is that I think a lot of people out there are losers, and when they see somebody out there who's doing something that's productive, that's successful, that they're getting you know, positive feedback for, etc., and then that person now is getting that reception, well, guess what? Now people are fucking, you know, they're mad because it's like, well, I'm not doing anything, so I have to figure out a reason why. Like, again, I think almost all internet hate and almost all internet bad behavior is something that actually comes from some sort of shortcoming that the person who's doing it has. So for whatever reason, this person feels like, oh, what makes them feel bad because they're useless or they're not doing anything. So they try to find ways that people who are doing something that's productive are not. Hate and almost all internet bad behavior is something that actually comes from some sort of shortcoming that the person who's doing it has. So for whatever reason, this person feels like, oh, what makes them, you know, they're mad because it's like, well, I'm not doing anything, so I have to figure out a reason why. Like, again, I think almost all internet hate and almost all internet bad behavior is something that actually comes from some sort of shortcoming that the person who's doing it has. So for whatever reason, this person feels like, oh, what makes them feel bad because they're useless or they're not doing anything. So they try to find ways that people who are doing something that's productive are not doing it in a completely authentic way, because then it makes them feel better about themselves. I think that's what happens.
But recently, more of the rude words, accusations, and name-calling came from some of those she considered close friends. I think all of this stems from jealousy and envy.
It's impossible to know.
But she felt as if the entire world had turned against her.
Yeah, and this is what happens. I mean, obviously, like, and there's a lot to unpack here and to discuss, right? I guess this is the woman who did it. She like saved, I guess, foxes, and so Save a Fox Rescue took her own life. She was seen on Save a Fox Snark attempting to defend herself from detractors. Here's how the subreddit's creator responded when she showed up. In 2019, this is commonplace for rescue to fighting enclosures. You let a fox loose a leg. A year ago, you just started fixing the fencing, and you think that makes you look good. Stop taking in new animals. Get your shit figured out. You could do well in your head, but so far up your ass to do so. If you don't want to deal with the public, then maybe just stick to OnlyFans. And so, and this is yeah, you could do well in your head, but so far up your ass to do so. If you don't want to deal with the public, then maybe just stick to OnlyFans. And so, and this is really the main issue that a lot of these comments have and a lot of these people have, is that this is the, and oh, is this one of the people right here? User by the name of Kazalion is confirmed to be one of the bullies who harassed them and is not backing down. I'm not backing down. Fuck off. Okay, so this is one of the people that's complaining about her. Let's go back. And also, by the way, very much the usual suspects. And so what is this here? You act like I went to Michaela's house, sliced her open, wanted to bleed out. All I did was put a few other sources, did nothing wrong. I had no hand in bullying or any of the kind. Even if I did, you're no better than me for calling me slurs, telling me you should dox me, sending me instructions on how to kill myself. You asked me if I'm proud of myself if I killed myself with the guides you sent me. Would you be proud of yourself? Get real. I don't even know about this. This is just somebody who's trying to, what do you call it? They're trying to damage control, right? I mean, very obviously. I wrote an informational post explaining why a prominent figure in the national community is not a saint. People think she is. Now I'm alone and being blamed for her suicide. I don't think that it's any one person's fault. And in my opinion, what it seems like to me, I think that whenever a person like this kills themselves, there's not really, in a lot of cases, one reason. There's usually a lot of reasons that come together that cause this to happen. So I don't think it's really fair to blame like one individual actor or one specific person. And I think in a lot of cases, it's probably a confluence of events and a kind of combination of things that happen together. But from what the original statement was actually not even about Reddit comments. I'm sure Reddit comments were an agitating variable. Like, I'm not saying that they were not, but if you look at the actual comments that this guy made and his explanation of it, some of the people that she considered close friends. So for people to say that it's entirely because of Reddit that this happened, I don't think that's really a very fair analysis, because if it was entirely because of Reddit, then like she's not friends with all of these people on Reddit. And so that's it. Do you think the people sending her terrible messages should be charged? No. No, I don't. I mean, like, I know obviously people want me to say yes for whatever reason, but no, you can't charge people because they sent someone a mean message on the internet. That's crazy. And again, this is also another big issue and another big problem, is that a lot of subreddits exist. The explicit stated purpose of the subreddit is to damage a person's reputation, to collectively attack them, to destroy their reputation in one way or another, to character assassinate them, to spread lies about them. Like these are like the intent of this, to undermine the person. And so like there's a very big difference between something happening organically and then a community that exists on Reddit. And Reddit, again, has rules against this behavior. And I'm not talking about like every thread about a person should be an immediate ban of a subreddit. But when you have an entire subreddit that's dedicated to hating on one group on one person specifically, or a group of people, but usually in this circumstance it's one person, you really need to ask yourself, like, is this really something that's positive for the website? And then also another really big issue, and this is a huge problem, is that Reddit has rules against this, but they just prefer not to enforce those rules. And I think that's really what the big issue is more than anything. It's that they have these rules, but then nothing happens. I think those people should be doxxed and copies of their messages sent to their family employer if they have one. Well, I don't know about that. It's a very complicated issue. The exact reasons why someone does what she did could not be impossible to know fully. Yeah, I mean, based off of like what this guy said, it seems very clear that the real thing that sent her over the edge wasn't a bunch of anonymous Reddit comments, but there were comments made by people that were inside of her own sphere of influence. Because she said it was other animal sanctuaries, other people that were noteworthy in the space, and then it was her own close. close friends. So to blame all of this on random Redditors, I think people are really jumping the gun on this. Am I crazy for me saying that? All of this on random Redditors, I think people are really jumping the gun on this. Am I crazy for me Redditors? I think people are was our own close friends. So to blame all of this on random Redditors, I think people are really jumping the gun on this. Am I crazy for me saying that? Instead of suing the person who sent the message, Ishan should consider suing Reddit itself over its failure to enforce their TOS and banish the Snark subreddit. She should have logged off for real. The problem is that, and this is the issue, is that log off of the internet. I understand that, and I think that there's a lot of validity to that, but I think the validity that has that has a limit, and the limit is getting CPS called on you. So, for example, what happens with, like, let's say Ethan Klein, Ethan did log off of the internet. He wasn't, you know, like that wasn't what really set him over the edge. The problem is that these people try to weaponize real life systems in order to attack people. So it's not like they're just going and, you know, making mean comments or saying someone's stupid or, you know, someone's bad on the internet. They're trying to intentionally harass them in real life. And so that's really what the problem is. The problem is like, yeah, just how the fuck is cyberbullying real? Just close your eyes. You know, you're right. But the issue is that closing your eyes isn't going to stop you from hearing the knock on the door from CPS. And that's the issue that I think needs to be discussed, is that when you have internet communities that are getting together and then trying to weaponize real life consequences for a person that affect people's real lives, then I think we need to look at accountability. Then you need to look at people getting their logs pulled, people getting subpoenaed, and people getting charged. That is the big issue. Like, I don't want to see somebody get put in jail for saying, oh, this girl is fake bitch and she's not, you know, actually rescuing the foxes, she's killing them. I don't care about that. I don't think she even cares about that, right? I mean, maybe it's from a friend, but that's probably not really, that's not really the iceberg. It's not. And let's be honest, it's just simply not. And so swatting is a severe issue. Yeah, and this is what happens. It's hard to log off when your main funding animal sanctuary is online funding and videos. It was important to have an online footprint for her. I understand, but being on the internet is an option, like being in the UFC ring. If an action is happening outside of the internet, you have to take legal action with evidence. The problem is that, so, I don't know, like, I think that I kind of give a pretty balanced take on this, as best I can, at least, is that, like, I receive a lot of harassment on the internet. A lot of people try to harass me. People try to, you know, kind of make that spill over into my real life, where they harass friends of mine. They might try to harass sponsors, harass people that I work with, and they do that. This is very common. But at the end of the day, that's just what happens. It's what happens. But the problem is that I think that whenever you have things that go beyond just simply being annoying and saying mean things, like the CPS stuff, I think that's probably the best example that I can use, the Ethan Klein CPS stuff. Communities that are using that kind of stuff and weaponizing it, I think they do need to be shut down. Because at that point, what they're doing is they are facilitating illegal activities. Like, if you really distill this down to, like, are you weaponizing a government program in order to have this government program be the executioner of your internet beef? If the answer to that is yes, then you have a big problem. You have a huge problem. It's the same with swatting. Yes, exactly. It's like, it's soft swatting, basically. But yeah. That's also a problem. Harassment at any point should be punished, even if it doesn't have a real-life consequence, as harassment is illegal in every context. Well, it's not. Like, if you're standing at McDonald's and you call someone a fat bitch, you're not going to go to jail for that, and nobody's going to put you in jail for that, and I don't want to live in a world where you go to jail for that. That's retarded. It's a massive overstepping. It's a waste of everybody's money. Like, what are you talking about? I think that whenever a situation like this happens, people get emotional, And because they're emotional, they want to impose rules and laws and things like this that would completely limit everybody's expression because they're worried about something like this happening. The fact is that people that do this kind of stuff are subversive, they have intent, and whatever rule that you make, these people will try to undermine that rule or work around it in order to not get caught. So the way that you solve this problem is not actually by making a rule, it's by existing rules and taking the intent that these people have seriously and treating them accordingly. And so that's really how to deal with it. If you follow everyone calling him a fat bitch, it's harassment, should have charges every day. Yeah, I mean, I think at a certain point it does kind of go a little bit too far. And this is the girl right there, I guess, yeah, she killed herself over suicide. One of the main bullies, Michaela Raines, looks exactly how you would expect. Yeah, sure, right? I mean, that's about what I'd expect too. But, yeah, Sir Reddit can turn friends and shelters against her. And this is also another big issue, is that a lot of people on the internet are extremely, you guys have no idea, so susceptible to internet narratives. Like, the moment that they hear anything or they do anything that's like slightly off, you know, like, and they're not getting approval on the internet, they just get instantly fucking terrified, and they'll do whatever they need to do in order to make people and commenters on the internet like them, which, by the way, will never make people like you. You might need to explain swatting to non-US folks. I mean, I think a lot of people know kind of what that is, even if they're not in the US. But pandering, liberals are crazy. They see this person's bad, and they never question it. They go and dox that person and their family. I don't think this is a liberal problem. I think conservatives do this, but they just do it to different targets. This is an internet problem, and I think that it should be treated as if it's legitimate, right? Like, there's no reason to politicize something that doesn't need to be politicized. I think you make a very big mistake by doing so. And as this is another person right here, so it's another I block zoophiles and porn bots. If you're a minor, it's a good idea. to leave. I'm not backing down several years ago. So this person's like constantly trying to like look for a justification and a reason why it's okay. And also, again, there is a certain point where if you're harassing a person on an everyday basis, right? And like you're writing these comments about them constantly, there is a point where it does exceed a threshold. It's too much. Potentially going to spawn on someone, which could lead to physical harm. Yeah. Call to action is the main takeaway. You can express your opinion. But once you take action by telling people to dox someone, kill themselves, or call CPS or FBI raids, that's where it crosses the line. Yeah, people are too comfortable saying whatever they want because they're anonymous online. They don't see it as real. Anybody who thinks that they're actually anonymous online is stupid. The people that are actually anonymous online know that if the CIA or the FBI really got involved, they would get them. That's the truth. A lot of these guys get got. Yeah, and even the ones that are being super secretive and super careful, all it takes is one mistake. Not all, many, right? 99%, and this is 99% of the 0.1%. The majority of people that are making a random Reddit account and making comments like this are not anonymous. And the moment that a court actually subpoenas your information, you will be immediately, instantaneously exposed, and it will be like you are posting from your fucking driver's license. Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, it's total bullshit, guys. Total fucking bullshit. And so again, VPN Andes, yeah, exactly. Tell it to the Trump assassin kid. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean. And I watched a documentary, Lester, you're the best hackers in the US, and he got caught easily. I mean, a lot of the guys that work at the FBI probably grew up doing like shady stuff, or they got caught and they're like, okay, well, come work for us after you serve your prison sentence. And obviously they would do that. That's a good job. And fuck, it's pretty hard to get a job after you're a felon. And so, I mean, you get paid pretty well. I mean, fuck. And also you've got the guys that are very good at this too. The fact is that, no, they don't. Of course they do. Absolutely they do. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, of course. And yeah, instead of prison. Well, it's not really that simple, right? But anyway, why not? Yeah, of course. Yeah, why wouldn't they do that? Wouldn't you do that? No, they don't. Of course they do. Absolutely they do. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, for us after you serve your prison sentence. I mean, a lot of the guys that work at the FBI probably grew up doing like shady stuff, or they got caught and they're like, okay, well, come work for us after you serve your prison sentence. And obviously they would do that. That's a good job. And fuck, it's pretty hard to get a job after you're a felon. And so, I mean, you get paid pretty well. I mean, fuck. And also you've got the guys that are very good at this too. The fact is that, no, they don't. Of course they do. Absolutely they do. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, of course. And yeah, instead of prison. Well, it's not really that simple, right? But anyway, why not? Yeah, of course. Yeah, why wouldn't they do that? Wouldn't you do that? That's not how it works, retard. Of course it is. I mean, okay, I guess I could probably say this. I know somebody who I know this from personal experience. So of course that's not always how it happens, but like it is one direction that it happens. So yeah. When I saw the war in Iran and Israel started, has a clip you see? Maybe, I don't know. But yeah. And so this is true. And also, it's not, keep in mind, like, I'm not saying it always happens this way. But here's what my point is, okay? Like, I'm making a point. It's not even relevant to what we're trying to discuss, right? The point that I'm actually trying to make here is that the people that work in these intelligence agencies have resources and tools that are completely asymmetrical with hackers and people that are working outside of the scope of law enforcement. They have a tremendous and extremely, massive apparatus of tools and resources. And obviously, some of the people that are very, very good at it are able to get away for a lot of reasons. And also, by the way, and people that are working outside of the scope of law enforcement. They have a tremendous and extremely, massive apparatus of tools and resources. And obviously, some of the people that are very, very good at it are able to get away for a lot of reasons. And also, by the way, one of the biggest reasons why they're able to get away with it is because they live in countries where they can't get in trouble. In a lot of cases, like, they know who the guy is, but he's living in a country that doesn't do extradition. So they just have to deal with it. So that's it. In Iran? Yeah, exactly. In Russia? Yeah, exactly. Something like that. And so you're not Edward Snowden. I work in tech. This is all true. Yeah, of course. And so, or they're constantly moving. Usually, yeah, but they're moving from like one of these places to another. Like, yeah, Catch Me If You Can movie. Well, I'm not talking about a movie. I'm talking about real life, right? And so, yeah, anyway, let me see here. I mean, why is Asman not ending himself over the harassment? Because he's mentally stable, and that's the point, and the real issue with the Fox girl. I don't think somebody being mentally, like, so there's always a spectrum, right? So there's a spectrum of mental fortitude that a person needs to be expected to have on the internet in order to exist on the internet. And I don't think that the internet needs to be completely padded so nobody can ever say anything bad about anyone. But what I am saying, though, is that there are extremes that exist, and those extremes go too far. And I think that's the point that I'm really trying to make, and that's the thing that I'm really talking about. I'm not talking about, like, somebody just making a mean comment, but I'm talking about, like, communities and groups of people that exist for the sole purpose of harassing a specific individual. That is a huge issue. The Reddit community is now private, but screenshots are being taken and shared across social media. Yeah, and there is also, like, several Snark subreddits reportedly harassed her for months. Again, the kinds of people that are doing this, I don't know what would happen if somebody like this, because, and this is kind of, this is what I bet would happen. And I am assuming a lot here, but I don't think that I'm wrong. I bet if these people got investigated, you would, through court discovery, find them making comments of them saying, probably explicitly, we're doing this to harass her, we hope she kills herself. I bet you would find a lot of comments like that, but they were just made privately and not publicly. I bet it would be so fucking easy to find. It's complicated, but wasn't her husband and family responsible to have her less exposed to the internet? Like, they know she's vulnerable? Well, I don't know about that. To have her less exposed to the internet? Easy to find. It's complicated, but wasn't her husband and family responsible to have her less exposed to the internet? Like, they know she's vulnerable? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about, like, every detail. Defamation is not considered a crime, rather a civil wrong. Well, it's not about that. I mean, we're not really talking about defamation. We never were. Do you think Reddit and other social media companies should be held accountable for these orchestrated bullying campaigns that lead to deaths? I think that they should uphold their own terms of service. So, for example, if they say that they're banning witch hunting subreddits, but there's a subreddit that's dedicated just to harassing one specific person, then categorically that subreddit should get banned because that's against the rules. So the issue is, again, not because compare this with like 4chan, for example, right? Like, there's a million negative threads made about me on 4chan all the time. People arguing, am I a Jew? Am I a Nazi? I don't know. People still don't know. There's a very active discussion about this topic, and it is going on probably right now. And so, yeah, there it is. Maybe both. Yes, I'm a Jewish Nazi. And so, and I don't think anybody would say, like, these are the, like, this is a huge problem, right? It shouldn't really be taken seriously, because 4chan doesn't really have a rule against that, right? But I think that Reddit is different because Reddit has rules against these things. And that's really what the difference. Probably targets of 632 cults. Yeah, the new thing of stop killing games. Well, I don't know about that or not. And what the fuck is in that? The guys should be OnlyFans? I don't know about that. You're delusional. I look at NSFW gifts every day. I never seen any Asmon hate. Well, go to poll. Like, I mean, that's really where I get discussed a lot. Like, every time that I see myself being discussed on 4chan, It's either about like some weird streamer drama bullshit or it's about poll. Right? I mean, I tell you right now, like I go on 4chan all the time. I know this because I've seen it. So yeah, it's that simple. And remember the 4chan kid that got arrested for making a threat against the cop? Yeah. Isn't Snark the Reddit that Denims and Frogan are a part of? No, but they're not really a part of it, I would say. But they do elevate it. I mean, sure they do. The end of Stop Killing Games. What is this? This is a 1-hour video. There's no way I'm going to watch a 1-hour video. Let's see if I can find find the rest of these. About OTK thread? I have no idea. I mean, like, I can't know every thread. That's on 4chan, right? But like the point that I'm making is that anything like that, any of those comments, any of those people, that's not really, in my opinion, like with this girl, I don't think that's enough. I think it's very clear that this girl took her own life because of people that she knew in her real life and people that were contemporaries and like effectively colleagues with her. Those are the people that really were the ones that I think probably contributed the most to this. And I don't think that it's fair that we blame Reddit or mean YouTube comments. Yeah, her peers are the ones that were really responsible. Now, obviously, the Redditor comments and everything like that, they were an agitating variable. Sure, of course they were. But let's not act like that was the main cause. Apparently, it looks like he just stepping down. So he not going to start any more shit after Trump yelled at him? Thank God.
We're going to dive into this with retired Brigadier General John Teichert. He's a former fighter pilot and Pentagon official. General, good to see you. Thanks for coming on. Do you think this ceasefire holds, and do both sides have an incentive for it to hold?
They do.
Bill, clearly there was righteous anger by the president walking out Marine
pissed.
Corps One as he left about any
totally
possible
right,
violations of the ceasefire. I think he sees like we all should see that in the last 2 weeks, Israel has set back Iran in multiple ways.
Yep.
And it is in their best interest and American best interest to allow this ceasefire to hold. And especially when you consider the Iranian incentives here, that with Israel having air superiority or the
Iran has everything to gain with this. They really do. I mean, all they have to do is stop being crazy, stop funding terrorism, and we can trade with them, we can work with them, and like everything can improve. Literally everything can be better. There's no reason this has to even happen.
ability to strike any target at
good
any
luck
time.
with that. I know it sounds so. Just stop being crazy, and they just won't stop.
That
Like
they
Qatar?
do not have any
And I think that's what's happened. I mean, like, we've achieved that level of diplomacy with other countries in the Middle East right now. I think that we have. I don't think that it's impossible for us to do it with Iran, but Iran is definitely the last boss. For sure they are.
reason for this war to continue. And so all incentives would suggest that Iran will not violate this ceasefire. Israel, with a strong admonition from the president, must not as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Is it really seems like Iran would want to be looking for an off-ramp here.
Yeah.
Case in point, when they attacked our base in Qatar yesterday, they apparently gave the U.S. a heads up beforehand. What does it say to you when your enemy tells you, hey, we're going to attack you and here's where it's going to happen?
They did the same shit last year. They don't actually want to get bombed or attacked because nobody knows the state of the Iranian military as well as the Iranian military. They know they're cooked. They know that they're going to get their ass beat. So obviously they're not going to go and try to start trouble. Saving face, yeah, but they have to save face. They have to.
Bill, yesterday at
It's
Al Udeid
mandatory.
was clearly an off-ramp for the Iranians, that they did give us that intelligence heads up ahead of time, that planes and assets had already been dispersed and were heavily defended. And frankly, they attacked the most defended location in the middle of the Arabian Gulf,
Yep.
which tells me they were doing something to save face and very
Exactly.
quickly accepted that off-ramp to the ceasefire last night.
Yeah, they probably knew all those missiles were going to be intercepted or shot down. So we saw President Trump angry and frustrated this morning. After he made those comments, after he dropped the F-bomb, he apparently had a call.
World War III warmongers. I said that shit wasn't going to happen. Yeah, again, I've been right about everything. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything new, but like, you know, it's just happening again.
With Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, and Netanyahu's office released a statement after that phone call. If we can read part of that, it says, quote, following President Trump's conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel refrained from further attacks in the
Fucking done. Thank fucking God. Yep.
refrained from further attacks. In the conversation, President Trump expressed his immense appreciation for Israel, which achieved all of its war goals. The president also expressed his confidence in the stability of the ceasefire. So, General, President Trump is clearly trying to walk a tightrope here. He really wants this ceasefire to hold.
It's actually crazy. Like, this is one of those situations where there's 100 ways for it to go wrong and one way for it to go right. Really, I mean, you think about like all the bad things that could happen. Yeah, he's absolutely on a tightrope with this.
And it sounds like he made a personal phone call to Bibi Netanyahu when he heard that Israeli planes were in the air.
So you need
said,
to chill the fuck out.
We got to get this to calm down.
Yeah. That's good.
Bill, very clearly Israel had target sets they would like to continue to attack, but based on the advantages they have gained in the last 2 weeks that will allow this ceasefire to benefit Israel in the long run in the United States, I think that strongly worded statement by the president and then ultimately his conversation with the prime minister gave Israel all the incentive in the world to stop and abide by the ceasefire.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he told them, but I could imagine.
And in terms of whether or not
like
Iran
I bet like that crash out that happened at the White House with like fucking what's his name Zelensky, I bet that was nothing. I bet whenever they're actually talking about it, I bet they're yelling at each other, fucking throwing. I wouldn't be surprised if people are throwing shit around. Like, yeah, exactly. Like the same as like, you know, remember Elon Musk had like a black eye? I wouldn't be surprised.
is going to violate the ceasefire. Take a listen to what U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee said on Fox News last night. We'll get your thoughts on the other side.
I don't think so. I do.
If Iran thinks that they can violate the ceasefire, if they can go ahead and just keep doing what they've been doing and building a nuclear weapon, they'll find out that with President Trump, he's not playing. For a long time, we've been saying, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Donald Trump may be the first one to actually help make that happen.
Yeah, I think at this point, Iran probably knows President Trump isn't playing around after he took out Soleimani. Now he wiped out their nuke facilities. Got about a minute left. Your final thoughts.
Deterrence, that word that we throw around a lot, Bill, comes down to strength of capability and will. The United States has had strength of capability for years now, if not decades, but we've lacked the demonstration of strength of will until these last few weeks, and the last 4 years have been disastrous. But
yeah, you sometimes you just have to go and put your dick on the table and say, listen, bitch, this is how it's going to be. Sometimes you have to do that. And that's what he did. No, really?
Secretary Rubio said 2 days ago, American deterrence is backed up by the United States military, and certainly that is a strong position for the United States going forward.
All right, we will leave it there. Brigadier General John Teichert, we thank you for your time. Good to see you this morning.
I'm Steve Doocy.
There it is. And so U.S. officials believe Iran maintains several nuclear sites that were not targeted in the strikes and remain operational. That was never a question. Nobody ever thought that wasn't going to happen or that wasn't true. Like this one right here is one of their nuclear sites. And the problem, so here's the issue, right, is that some of them were developing power, and the other ones were developing enriched uranium that could be used for bombs. And so there's a reason, like this is the one I think that Bushehr or whatever is the one where they have a lot of the Russian scientists, for example. Wait, what? He says he's ready to launch nuclear strikes? Oh, what?
7 years ago, you saw how in a daring operation of the Mossad, we got the archives of Iran's nuclear program, plans to destroy Israel. We presented it to President Trump, to the world, to uses
Again?
Today, right now in this operation, we completed the task. We struck the entire archive that included all the knowledge of Iran to build a nuclear bomb. Also that we did. Over decades, I told you that Iran will never have nuclear weapons. And indeed, in all our amazing operations that our fighters have conducted, we have sent down the drain Iran's nuclear program. If anyone in Iran will try to rebuild this plan, we will operate with the same intensity.
Oh,
and
yeah, I agree with
ferocity.
this. Yeah, they can't have nukes. They're crazy.
I return and say again, Iran will not
Yeah,
have a
of
nuclear
course.
weapon.
No, he's totally right. Yeah, he's totally right about that. It's not even a question.
How are you confident that this might not happen again? Say in a couple weeks that...
Tired of it. I think they don't want it to happen again. And Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon, by the way. I think it's the last thing on their mind right now.
Mr. President, did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment and...
They're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on
Okay, well, there it is.
to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders. And they're going to be a great trading nation.
I didn't know that.
They have a lot of oil.
It's a surprise.
They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
They already said they're going right back to making nuclear weapons. They might say that publicly, but he's going to know whether it's happening or not. Right? I mean, he's obvious. Like, I mean, who do you think has a better idea of whether they're making nuclear weapons? The president or you? I mean, just think about it.
Did they
The last
promise?
thing on
Yeah.
Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
Can you clarify what you meant when you mentioned regime change in your Truth Social post the other night?
Okay.
Which,
Regime change. Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
no.
No.
If there was, but no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes
Why are you
chaos.
tweeting about it?
And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos, so we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job, which is exactly where I've been saying for years, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But we're going to be with, where's Marco? I think Marco's here someplace. You know, our great Secretary of State. But we cannot let them
Just
have
right
a nuclear
behind
weapon.
him.
They won't have a nuclear weapon. And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. They hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree, it did destroy it, but maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, it couldn't have destroyed it more.
Oh, God. It hit the target perfectly? There's never been a more perfect target hit than this. Yeah, it was a full moon, exactly.
Everyone hit. And it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger. So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace. And so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all a disgrace. But it's...
the whole mountain is gone? Either they hit the wrong place or they got it all? I mean, I would assume they got them. What happened to the enriched uranium? uranium, in my opinion, there's a chance that they sold the enriched uranium to Russia or to China or something like that, or they were allowed to hold on to it as long as they didn't move it somewhere. Like, there's probably some sort of back channeling deal that they have with that. Like, it's not like, I mean, can we just rule out the option that this is just some unknown wild card that they have no awareness of? They obviously know what the fuck happened with it. Yeah, we 100% know where it is. Yeah, exactly.
An amazing period of time. Now we're going to NATO, and we'll get a new set of problems.
As long as it's most likely.
We'll
Yeah,
solve a new set of problems.
Do you think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
I'm going to sell it to Hezbollah.
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? It's tough. He's doing. It's tough. He's in a.
Do you think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? It's tough.
I just, guys, holy shit.
He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there. He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there.
Sir, you said a couple days ago that you didn't think the U.S. should have to agree to the 5% increase in GDP on defense.
No.
Do you want to?
I was the one that said that's what they should be paying, as you know. No, I should do something, and they're having a problem with paying, as you know. No, I should do something, and they're having a problem with paying, as you know. No, I should do something, and they're having a problem with Spain. There's always a problem with Spain, because Spain's not agreeing, which is very unfair to the rest of them, frankly.
So the U.S. won't be increasing our GDP to 5%.
We should pay what everyone else, they're in Europe, we're not. A lot of that money goes to rebuilding their bridges, their roads, so it can take heavy equipment. And, we don't have any roads in Europe. We don't have any
Spain,
bridges
yeah,
in
why don't
Europe.
they just pay for it?
So, no, it wouldn't be quite the same.
Yeah, what
thing
is
for
this?
us. But we're with them.
Are you still committed to Article 5 of NATO?
Depends on your definition. There's numerous definitions of Article 5. You know that, right? But I'm committed to being their friends. I've become friends with many of
Article
those
5 is the one where, like, you have to defend NATO countries if they get attacked, right?
leaders, and I'm committed to helping them.
What do you look
Or is that
for
something
NATO
else?
to be going forward once these other countries are spending more?
By having a unified system, I think we're going to have stronger peace, better peace, and I think we have
The best
that.
piece.
When I went to NATO, they were broke. When I first started this whole thing, it seems like a long time ago, 9 years, right? But they were broke. I knew it immediately. I said, you guys are broke. They weren't paying their dues. 7 of the 28 countries, at the time it was 28, were paying their dues, but they weren't paying very much. NATO was broke. And I said, you're going to have to pay. And we did a whole thing, and now they're paying a lot. Then I said, you're going to have to lift it to 4% or 5%, and 5% is better. And
I don't see how anybody could be against that, by the way. Like, if they're not, if there's an agreement that everybody pays a certain amount and you have people that aren't paying the amount, I mean, like, if you do that with your internet provider, like, they don't give you internet. If you do that with your car payment, they take the car back. If you do that with your house, they take the house back. There's never a scenario where paying, like, nothing out of the thing that you agreed to pay with, yeah, like, you out on your ass. Like, what is this? Welcome to
I
EU.
guess they're voting on
Fuck
that today, but they're going to be lifting it to 5%. That's good. It gives them much more power.
Mr. President, if there's language in the final summit declaration about aggression by Russia, would you be language in the final summit declaration about aggression by Russia. Would you be okay with that kind of language?
Well, I'll have to take a look at it. But
How the fuck? Yeah, what language?
you know, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And
You know what's crazy is that we have another 3.5 years of this. And that's at the minimum. Yeah. You know what's crazy is that we have another 3.5 years of this. And that's at the minimum.
and
You know what's crazy is that we have another 3.5 years of this. And that's at the minimum. Yeah.
I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia.
Yep.
It's a shame. 6,000
7.5
soldiers
years?
died last week.
You're
More.
could be right.
6,500 soldiers died last week. Russia, Ukraine, a war that never would have happened if I was.
I do think that there is a non-zero percentage chance that Trump runs for a third term. And I think that there is a high percentage chance that if Trump runs for a third term and at that point that he starts running, that he's effectively neutralized Iran, established some degree of, you know, stability in the Middle East, and the Ukraine war is over, I think there would be a lot of people that would vote for him. I do. And in my opinion, I think it would be, I think he would win. How can he run a third term? Just by doing it? Like, I don't support him running for a third term. But I think it could happen. Yeah, don't forget the files. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. The only one that can beat him is Obama? Well, how could Obama run for a third term? He's already been president for 2 terms. That's unconstitutional. So Obama couldn't run against Trump.
President. So enjoy your flight.
Let me ask you one more follow-up. In your comments just now about Article 5, that will probably make some people in Europe concerned. Can you clarify what you mean? Are you still committed to mutual defense?
I'm committed to saving lives.
That'd be
I'm committed
ridiculous.
to life and safety. And I'm going to give you an exact definition when I get there. I just don't want to do it on the back of an airplane. Okay?
And one other question on energy. What's your take on the oil price situation right now, and are you concerned?
I love it. It dropped almost $10 yesterday. I put out a statement, get it down, because a lot of people aren't able to do things when the energy goes down.
Right.
We have a lot less conflict. So it came down, and our energy department's doing a great job. We're drilling like we've never drilled before. We're keeping it down. We're going to keep it down until all these wars are settled. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you.
Iranian sleeper cells in the United States.
Iranian sleeper
Biden
cells?
led a lot of supercells, and Biden was an incompetent president and had no idea what he was doing. He hardly ever signed a document. Other people signed documents for him with the auto pen. It was gross incompetence. And among everything else, he let a lot of supercells in, many from Iran. But hopefully we'll take care of them. What Biden did to this country should never be forgotten.
Sir, do you think you'll get the Nobel Peace Prize now, sir?
Bro, the kind
Now, sir.
To this country should never be forgotten.
Sir, do you think you'll get the Nobel Peace Prize now, sir?
Bro, the kind of questions and shit that these people ask is amazing.
Back over to Leader Jeffers.
And oh my God, bro. Like, you got this guy, like, people are, isn't it crazy that these people are so deranged that, like, this has got them rooting for Iran making a nuclear bomb? That's crazy to me.
Questions?
Mr. Leader, you just said that the president's characterization that the program had been obliterated was a misrepresentation. What is your assessment?
No, I didn't say it was a misrepresentation. I said there have been no facts that have been presented to the American people or to the Congress to confirm that Iran's nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated.
What a stupid way to say it. What a idiot. What a dumb idiot. So number one, the nuclear program hasn't been obliterated because they still have 3 sites that didn't even get bombed at all. So like you're already beginning on a premise that's a lie. Like that was never the conversation. It was not about them having any uranium or about having any nuclear. It was about them making bombs. Timu Obama? I mean, no, don't disrespect Obama like that. This guy's not even that. This guy's just a clown. Isn't this the guy that had the 24-hour crash out for nothing? He filibustered nothing. This is the same guy, right? Yeah. No? No, I'm pretty sure it is. It's Cory Booker. Oh, right. No, I got it. No, you're right. I got it wrong.
Not agree that the world is safer now than it was a month ago?
We have repeatedly made clear that the Iranian regime should never be permitted to become nuclear capable. One of the questions that the administration needs to answer is why did they abandon the aggressive diplomacy that was successful during the Obama administration, partnering with Great Britain, France, Germany, China, and Russia to reach an agreement with Iran that actually did set back Iran's nuclear ambitions.
For sure, guys. For sure. 100%, guys. Yeah, definitely. Successful? Yeah. Very successful. Extremely successful. Of course. In what way?
That's a question that needs to be answered by the administration, which is why it's perplexing that if the Trump administration really does believe they have the high ground, why are you hiding from the American people and their elected representatives?
How can they prove a negative? How can they do that? It there's no, like, what do you think you're gonna? How could they prove that? How can they do that? There's no, like, what do you think you're gonna? How could they prove that? Who's hiding?
Really does believe they have the high ground. Why are you hiding from the American people and their elected representatives?
How can they prove a negative? How can they do that? There's no, like, what do you think you're gonna? How could they prove that? Who's hiding? Yeah, they showed the screenshots of the thing. It's blown up. Hexes said Iran's nuclear program was obliterated without evidence. He's responding to that. What are you talking about? Well, I mean, do you really think that they don't have any evidence of that? What about the fact that the entire thing looks like it got collapsed and it got hit by bunker busters? Like, what evidence do you need? Do you want them to go in and, like, you know, there's like a nuclear bomb and it's like broken half? Like, what do you expect to see? Like, what would be evidence in your mind? They dropped 12 bunker buster bombs on that. People were discussing if 2 would be able to destroy it. Before the bombing happened, the conversation was, would you need 1 or 2? They dropped 12. What the fuck do you think? What do you think? Yeah, Iran agreed to a ceasefire right after? Yeah, of course. The 200 foot of solid mountain rock, absolutely no guarantee all the centrifuges are destroyed. There's no guarantee. You're right, there's no guarantee. But I think there's a pretty high probability. I'll tell you that. Definitely a pretty high probability. We don't deserve clear evidence. The cracks in the earth were not there before the bombs dropped? Yeah. They should draw a big red X on the site so people know it's destroyed. That's true. That's what they should do. Yeah, if they want evidence on it, just release another picture of it with an X over the site and be like, see, the X indicates that we've destroyed it. This is the proof that you need. A health bar. Yeah, like an empty health bar. I like that.
We have major breaking news into CNN. 3 sources tell CNN that according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment, the U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back a few months.
That's right. So this is an assessment that actually is out from the Defense Intelligence Agency. That is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it was based on a battle damage assessment conducted by U.S. CENTCOM after the strikes, according to one of the sources. Let's go to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand, who has this exclusive new reporting. This is to that question that has been asked about how much damage has been done. This is a real question. It's also a political question that has been to something that Donald Trump has been sort of dealing with here recently. What are you learning?
Give me a second. I have to answer something. All right. Anyway, let me go back a little bit. And love you, bro. Yeah, not good news. We'll see what happens. It's unclear right now. It's still very unclear, and we don't really know what's going on. They were calling. I guess I'll just say straight up what it was. He was asleep, and they were calling for a confirmation. Oh, what insurance does he have for the 50th fucking time? What, what pharmacy does he use for the 50th fucking time? It's like, I spent an hour filling out your fucking tablet that the information is already in the system. And so now you're calling to the same thing again. But then they told me, let's see, is there anything else they told me? They still think it could be potential pneumonia. They're still not really completely sure. It's really kind of hard to say. And trying to steal even more money. They're asking about like a discharge right now. They're thinking about, they don't know if he's going to need oxygen after this. I mean, I'll be totally blunt about this. I really do not want him to be on oxygen. I think the first thing people do is they go on oxygen, and the second thing that they do is die. And so I'm really not a fan of him being on oxygen. I don't think that he is either. And so, and also, like, by the way, his oxygen exchange rate, like, it was weird because he went to the pulmonologist like 3 days before this whole thing happened, and his oxygen exchange rate was like 94, 95. And so, like, the entire idea that, like, this is a necessary thing is just, like, out of fucking nowhere. And I'd be okay with him having it 3 days. Yeah, COPD. He has very minimal COPD, but yeah. And so that's it. That's not great, though. No, it's not great. You're right that it's not great. But given his condition and everything, it's okay. And CO2 levels are high, or O2 stats. As far as I know, I think CO2 is normal. But yeah. Not a fan, but if he needs it, you should. I have no problem I have no problem resigning myself to that reality, and there will come a day that he needs oxygen. But it is important to make sure that that day is as delayed as possible, in my opinion. And I think that through other types of, fucking, what do you call it? Like therapy and things like that. This is not his day. Yeah, like, I want that day to be as far in the future as possible. I know that's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. That's just the way it is. But hopefully not soon. And we'll do whatever we can to prevent that and push that timeline back as much as possible. So, yeah. How much do you pay for insurance? It's just the hospital trying to make sure they're doing a good job. Like, I never get mad at the woman there who's calling. She's trying to do her job. She's trying to do her best. I'm not going to get angry at her, right? And so, yeah, that's about it. Is that why you didn't stream yesterday? Yeah, I was at the hospital all day. And let's see here. She was active, didn't need oxygen for a while. Now she does. Yeah, of course. And they'll just do a walk test on him. If he can walk around without getting short of breath, he'll be fine without oxygen. That's probably what they meant. Yeah, it'll take some time. And I think that they're talking about, like, physical therapy, et cetera, too. And, like, earlier this week, they were discussing, like, before he got sick, him going to a pulmonary, like, therapy place where they were, like, helping him, like, learn how to breathe and, like, basically, like, advancing the capacity of his, like, lungs and, like, his ability to, like, get around. And so hopefully that's what happens. He should use the VA. If you told, oh my God. Yeah, no, that's definitely not what he would want to do. And don't take him to the hospital. That's where folks die, right? I mean, he didn't want to go. And that's what he said last time, right? Like, I mean, honestly, like, it was the last resort. I mean, he and I have the same viewpoint on that too. Yeah, make sure he takes a inventive spirometer home too. I don't know what that is, but I'll find it out. But so yeah, that's the plan. And kept him on O2 way too long. It's billable. Hang in there. Yeah, I know. And like, he's reasonable. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. And so looking at oxygen, hyperbaric chamber therapy, short sessions, life changing. Yeah, I don't know. Any nebulizers or inhaled steroids? Yeah. I mean, like, we'll see what's going to happen, right? You consider getting him a stem cell treatment. It should help a lot. I actually suggested that to him, but I don't know enough about it. I wish I knew somebody who did, and they could give me better insight into it. But I mean, I as I said, I mean, I would obviously pay for it, right? It'd be no big deal. Like, I mean, I don't know what's really on the table, right? I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert. Joe Rogan. Yeah, I don't know. I know, like, Mel Gibson had that happen for his dad too, and it apparently helped him. But like, I don't really know Mel Gibson, so who knows? But yeah, go private as soon as possible. Well, I don't know what the right option is, and it's got to be what's best for him, and so or what he wants to do too. They might say he needs oxygen at home just so they can be discharged early, but it's not permanent. No, I'd be okay with that. If it's meant as a palliative thing in order for him to, like, kind of move past a situation. But how old's your dad? He's 78. My dad's 78. Everything else, like, heart rate's normal, blood pressure is like 100 over like fucking 60 or something like that. Every single other, like, vital that he has is, like, pretty much perfect. It's just this lung situation that's problematic. And so, yeah, there you go. 78, he's young these days with medicine and stuff. No, it's not. A lot of people die but we're going to do our best to make sure that's not what happens with him. And I'm going to do my best. He's trying to stick it out. And so, I'm realistic and honest and direct. And sometimes it can come off as bleak. But at the same time, that's just the way it is. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that's where we're at. And so they had to call me, and that's just how it is. I took it back a little bit because, obviously interruption. So we'll go back. We'll look at this here. But I do appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Has been asked about how much damage has been done. This is a real question. It's also a political question that has been to something that Donald Trump has been sort of dealing with here recently. What are you learning, Natasha?
Yeah, look, Brianna, this is the first assessment that we are getting that the U.S. intelligence community has found about the battle damage that resulted from those U.S. military strikes on these 3 Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. And as you said, it was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it is worth noting that it is a very early assessment. The strikes were only a matter of days ago, and the intelligence community is still gathering intelligence. They are still working to come up with a full, comprehensive picture of what exactly happened here, but based on a battle damage assessment that was carried out by U.S. Central Command. and essentially looking at the images.
I mean, if they build it again, just blow it up again. I mean, I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about. That's obviously the solution. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% what to do. So, like, I don't even know why they're even thinking about this.
And looking at what was actually damaged, the Defense Intelligence Agency has assessed that the core components of Iran's nuclear program are largely intact, and that Iran's nuclear program has essentially only been set back by months. Now, we presented this information to the White House for comment, and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she did acknowledge the existence of this assessment, but she said in a statement that the administration disagrees with it. She said, quote, "This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets, total obliteration." Now, it is worth noting here that there has been dissent, I should say.
There's probably, I mean, like, let's be real, they probably don't entirely know how much of it they destroyed, because they can't go underneath and find, like, how much of it they destroyed, because they can't go underneath and find, like, realistically, how can they figure out whether they destroyed everything? I mean, you have to go with some degree of extrapolation here. I mean, it's kind of reasonable.
Within the intelligence community, within the defense community, about just how much of an impact these massive bunker buster bombs would actually have on Iran's nuclear facilities. It was far from certain, given that these bombs had never been tested in an actual combat scenario, whether they would actually penetrate those very, very deep underground tunnels that lie underneath these nuclear facilities. And what we are told is that as of now, this Defense Intelligence Agency assessment, it does conclude at this point, again, it is still very early, that those underground facilities, including the centrifuges, including the highly enriched uranium that everyone has been talking so much about, those are largely intact. Now, of course, this does stand at odds with what President Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth have been saying in recent days about the impact of these U.S. military.
Well, wait a minute. Let me listen to that again.
Very, very deep underground certain, given that these bombs had never been tested in an actual combat scenario, whether they would actually penetrate those very, very deep underground tunnels that lie underneath these nuclear facilities. And what we are told is that as of now, this Defense Intelligence Agency assessment, it does conclude at this point, again, it is still very early, that those underground facilities, including the centrifuges, including the highly enriched uranium that everyone has been talking so much about, those are largely intact. Now, of course,
that's not what it said. It said that it set it back by months. That's not, it didn't say that the centrifuges weren't destroyed. Like, that's not what was said. It was largely, yeah, like, this is obviously an they're extrapolating what this means and assuming that it turned into something else. She's purposely being confused. You can see what I'm saying here, though, right, about this? With respect, you're wasting your time watching debates. The places they got hit by are gone for at least 500 years due to the contamination that's buried underground. These people are just talking nonsense. I mean, I agree with you. The bombs are tested on concrete, but not on mountain rock, etc. So how deep is the penetration can only be speculated without inside data. Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's why they dropped a bunch of them.
Of course, this does stand at odds with what President Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth have been saying in recent days about the impact of these U.S. military strikes. Of course, President Trump said it was totally obliterated, and Secretary Hegseth did as well. And he actually also provided CNN with a statement. And he said that, quote, "Based on everything we have seen, and I've seen it all, our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. Our massive bombs hit exactly the right spot at each target and worked perfectly. The impact of those bombs is buried under a mountain of rubble in Iran. So anyone who says the bombs were not devastating is just trying to undermine the president and the successful mission." Now, Now, our
I think
sources
that's
did
probably true.
emphasize here that there was severe damage that was done largely to the above-ground structures at these nuclear sites. And so there was damage done, of course, by these massive bombs. But the core components of the nuclear program, we are told, they are largely intact, and it only set the program back by a matter of months. Boris, Brianna.
How could they even know that? Like, I'm not even sure. How do you even know that that's what happened? Like, I'm very, very confused by this. They don't? Yeah. I mean, I feel like, what are you even talking about? Yeah, this is good. Trump will release the video. That's a good point. Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Is that maybe with all these people saying it didn't happen, it will increase the probability that they actually will release the video about this and kind of set the record straight. I mean, I would really, really like that. I would love that. And so hopefully that's what happens. I mean, we don't know if that's what's going to happen or not, but ideally in a perfect world, it is. Oh, this is some actual footage from Iran.
Moments ago, this post on Truth Social. Perhaps the key line is the first sentence. We now have complete and total control. Line is the first sentence. This post on Truth Social. Perhaps the key line is the first sentence. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. And he seems to say American equipment is overcoming Iranian defenses. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. First and foremost, what do we make of that post? And just before we came on the air, the president put it up there about we having control of the skies over
Thanks
Iran.
to Israel taking credit, but okay. The reality is that Israel could not have acted unless America ensured their survival. If America wasn't helping Israel, Israel would not exist.
Dana, that word is the central point there. We, of course, joining the longtime ally of the U.S., Israel, but using that construction, we certainly implies that the United States is working in a partnership, in cooperation with Israel. And now this is the most declarative.
And by the way, this was totally obvious right from the beginning. Anybody who thought that like Israel was acting independently was so delusional. Of course they knew. Of course Trump knew this was okay. Of course he gave them the go ahead to it. Of course it just happened to coincidentally be the day right after the negotiations hit, the day after his deadline. Oh, wow. How many coincidences do you need before you can realize that this is clearly what's happening?
President has said yet about the question that is hanging over this entire debate here at the White House. The president, of course, flying back overnight to Washington from the meeting of the G7 leaders in Canada. He believed that this was an urgent moment that he needed to be back here for. Just a few moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived here at the White House. So we do believe that there will be that meeting convening at some point in the Situation Room. But again, the central question, how directly will the U.S. be involved in ferreting out and perhaps just...
I'm betting that the U.S. is going to bomb the nuclear facilities, and then they are going to bomb the rest of the military by proxy through the Israeli military. That is what my guess is of what's going to happen. That they are going to focus on only destroying the nuclear facilities, and then besides that, leaving everything else to Israel. That's what should happen? Yeah. That would be a terrible outcome. Okay, well, that's what's going to happen, I think.
Destroying
minimum
Iran's
necessary
nuclear
involvement
capabilities.
Yeah,
that is really a central question, not only for the Trump foreign policy, but certainly for the world. And this is something that the president, when he was being sworn into office on Inauguration Day, he talked about being a peacemaker. He talked about ending long wars. Of course, that has been the anthem of his really last 10 years in American political life here. But by saying we, that clearly is implicit there. But he's also responding to the vice president, to J.D. Vance, who offered some commentary just a short time ago as well, pushing back against this growing divide inside the MAGA movement. Some supporters of the president believe the U.S. should not be involved at all and a very interesting window into part of the administration's thinking coming from Vice President Vance. Let's read a part of it together. He says this.
Well, it's very simple. The dichotomy is completely evident. They don't want to, a lot of people that are like Trump supporters and people that are against the war don't want to get into the war because we've been in a war for 20 years and it didn't go anywhere. That's the spineless isolationist. Well, that's the reason. And I think that also they don't think that Iran is going to do anything. Like, I think that any of the people that are advocating for let's not have a war with Iran and let's not have any intervention against Iran at all, not a single one of them would admit that Iran, like, if you said, like, theoretically, right, guaranteed Iran will use this nuclear weapon, do you still support not doing anything? I think all of them would say no. You see kind of what I'm saying here?
Speaking of the president, he may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. Enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. The vice president goes on to say, and of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy.
True.
But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Well, boy, Dana, there is a lot packed into that. Of course, 25 years would include the Bush administration and beyond. And this is the central question facing this president now. Is he going to engage and get the United States engaged in a wider war, or is he going to essentially watch from the sideline?
I don't think so. I think Trump has planned to do this for a while. And I think that going to the Middle East and meeting with all those other countries surrounding Iran was about securing their allegiance to the United States over Iran. And he was going to do that both diplomatically and also financially.
With perhaps a bit of help. But we do believe that those decisions will be made in the coming hours.
Pretty obvious.
Beginning with a meeting in the Situation Room at some point this afternoon.
Before I let you go, Jeff, I just want to underscore, because a lot has happened like in the last 10 minutes, but I want to underscore that last point that you made. And that is that the Vice President of the United States is not only speaking for the White House here,
allies,
but he's clearly speaking to the president's MAGA supporters who are really pushing him not to get involved because they're saying, remember, you're an America First guy. And it is Vance who has historically been one of the leading voices opposed to the U.S. getting involved in foreign conflicts.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have thought that themselves too. Absolutely.
Really was a remarkable lengthy post that he
Interview
put out
with Steve
for
Bannon and Tucker
many
Carlson.
reasons,
Yeah, I haven't seen
especially
that.
the internal GOP politics.
It certainly was.
Why is it that the West and the UK can't stay out of a conflict for more than 10 years? Is there more to it than we're being told? When was the last war-free decade? I mean, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Maybe the 80s, like if you don't count Desert Storm. I think that was in like 91 or something. And so, yeah, probably like over 30 years.
I mean, in one hand, it's sending a message to the dissenters out there, Tucker Carlson and others who've been critical of the president, and just the idea that the United States would deepen its engagement. So the vice president basically told them to pipe down, and they should follow and trust the president. But Dana,
I think that's a little bit reductive and patronizing for him to say that. I mean, obviously, like there has to be a degree of trust that they have, but at the same time, like I don't think that. I don't think he's saying that, like, you're not allowed to have an opinion. Obviously, there's going to be people that have different opinions.
So, speaking potentially to divisions inside this own administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, has been much less of a disciple of the American First agenda, at least by brand. So it's very interesting that the vice president decided to put out that very lengthy statement before there is really a meeting or before there is a decision. But certainly, I'm told it's designed to quiet the outside dissenters. But even more, he, of course, has a seat at the table here. It's to perhaps push the president in one direction as well.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, really, really fascinating turn of events in the last few minutes. Jeff, thank you so much for reporting it and making sense of it for us. And we have a terrific group of reporters here at the table.
Can opposition actually intervene in Trump's decisions?
Stephen Collinson, CNN's MJ Lee, Tyler Pager of the New York Times, and CNN's Lauren Fox. I just want to pick up where I just left off, Stephen, with Jeff. And I would even, perhaps go a step further, which is that not only is Vance sending a message to MAGA world, to Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, we'll hear some of what they have been saying in the last 24 hours in a second, but also maybe laying the groundwork for what's to come. Like he knows what's to come, and that's why he's sending that message now.
Certainly, and I think Jeff is right. This is a message to the MAGA world, but it's also a message to Trump and his political conscience. He's saying effectively, you can go ahead and still be compatible with everything you stood for. Remember in 2016 campaign, the moment that the president took down Jeb Bush, it was over the Iraq war. He said it was a big fat mistake. You got us sucked into a war that was a forever war.
Yeah, but the reason, see, a lot of people misunderstand this. It's not about the fact that you had the war. It's about the fact that you lost. That's what it's all about. That's the big reason. Like, the reason why, like they looked bad for that. No, it's not. It absolutely is. Wait, what? Yes, absolutely. Maggie, thank you for the 20 subs. I appreciate it. Yes. Yeah, the winner writes the history. Exactly. It wasn't decisive. Yeah, it wasn't decisive. It was an entanglement. It took forever. It wasted tons of money. And there was no real outcome that was beneficial, that was tangible. Trump demands Iran's unconditional surrender. Thoughts? Yeah. No, it's not. They lied to get us into the war. Well, that's what I'm saying, too, also, is that, but again, if they had lied to get us into the war, and we had won the war in a way that was definitive and that it actually stopped something that was problematic, like if they actually did have nukes or any weapon of mass destruction, I don't think you'd see the same level of complaints by it. A lot of things are justified by their outcomes and not by how they start. Like, and that's historically they're justified. Now, in the time that it's happening, it might not make sense. But if you look back on it 10 years, 20 years, what will really be seen as the good and evil part of it is about how it ends. It's like the whole idea of history is written by the victors. Yeah, the winner writes the history books, exactly.
To end. It's hard to say how, it's so endemic to Trump's appeal. When you talk to people at Trump rallies, the idea that those days are gone. Yet Trump, if he goes ahead, we don't know how it's going to end up. It could start with shock and awe. it will have all sorts of reverberations. He becomes the interventionist that he always decried.
Yeah.
And that's why
That's
there's
true.
so many splits right now in the Republican Party and the MAGA movement.
People are very afraid of that.
And one of the most interesting sentences from that long statement we saw from the vice president, I thought, was where he said he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. I mean, Dana, that is not an outright rejection of the use of the American military. It actually sure sounds like he is priming the American public for the possibility of the U.S. getting directly involved. We're not saying that we know for sure this is going to happen, but all of the body language that we are seeing from this lengthy statement certainly suggests that this possibility is very much out there. I mean, you couple that with President Trump suddenly deciding to cut short a foreign trip, and a lot of signs are headed in that direction. I will just say one reason that I think this just is so remarkable, the possibility, the potential of this kind of intervention, is that President Trump, as a candidate and right before he was sworn in, was so determined to not have wars on his plate as he was getting sworn in. He didn't want the war in Ukraine. He certainly didn't want the conflict in Gaza. He didn't want this war to be fully blown out between Israel and Iran. And now,
well, he tried to negotiate with Iran and it didn't work. That's clearly what happened. Like, they tried to negotiate and get them to come to the table. They didn't come to the table, so Trump blew up the table. Yeah, that's obviously what happened. I mean, I don't think he went into it wanting this to happen, no. But this is the outcome. Trump's live soon? Yeah, I know.
Here he is, a couple days in, with the, the fires being exchanged. Seriously, apparently contemplating the possibility of the U.S., as Stephen said, becoming an interventionist country.
And Tyler, as I bring you in, because you cover the White House on a daily, minute-by-minute basis, I do want to bring back what we started with at the top of the hour, which is a brand new post from the president himself.
Of course.
Where he said, we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and...
Do you think that, do you think Trump's critics will be glazing him if we get a quick W with no American lives spent and the people of Iran take back their nation? I think that I think that it's very simple. If Trump wins this and this comes out in a, if the outcome of this is positive, Trump looks amazing. If it's negative, Trump completely destroys his entire legacy. Like, he loses his trust from his base. Obviously, the people that hate him are justified. This is a big make or break it. This is a massive make it or break it. It's a big gamble. Yeah, very big gamble. Huge gamble. But if he does win this, I think that it will have a reverberating effect beyond just his presidency. I think that it will inform the next presidency as well.
Manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the...
He doesn't care it's his final term?
Yeah, and I think this is part of this effort.
What's the worst case scenario? I mean, there's a lot of worst case scenarios, honestly.
The president and his allies laying about how this fits into the America First policy. He's under fire from some critics, Tucker Carlson.
Do you think doing nothing would have been the smarter choice? I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is that ideally, in my perfect world, I think that we should have just helped Israel just defend themselves while Israel attacked Iran. I think Israel was doing it fine. I didn't think that we really needed to get involved. But I also don't know where the nuclear facilities are. I have no idea. So, like, if the only way, like, I'll say this. If the only way for us to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities would be to have the U.S. bomb them with, like, our special bombs, then yes, I would support that. Absolutely. But that would be the only circumstance. And I just simply don't know the answer to that. Because, I mean, this is like a top secret classified thing, obviously.
Among them.
And I also wouldn't support any sort of collateral civilian damage, bombing things, like the U.S. bombing things that are inside of urban areas. I don't support any sort of, boots on the ground. I don't support I don't even support the U.S. like going directly to war with Iran's military.
Here we see him fashioning about how this is America first. I mean,
We're
the two
saying
things,
Trump's
MJ,
alive.
just to add on.
Are they saying it? Let me go back and double check. Okay, we're gonna have this open. I'll just go back to that.
To what you were saying, not only did he not want these wars, his inaugural address was all about being a peacemaker, peace through strength. We've talked to sources who said he's very obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize.
I mean, the thing is also peace through strength does mean sometimes exercising that strength.
So it's not only remarkable that he doesn't want more conflict, it's that he's inserting.
So basically, you support bombing the nukes and getting the fuck out of there? Yes. Yes. I think any further military intervention stands to alienate the Iranian people, and it stands to destabilize the country. Yep, drop it and bounce.
U.S. potentially into a greater conflict.
And
there.
the update on the Iranian ult that was supposed to happen last night?
From the point that you just read of the Vice President's statement,
it didn't happen.
That sounds a lot like former presidents justifying previous military actions. That actions overseas are in part to protect American interests, not just at home, but all around the world. And so it's just so interesting to see that language being used by two politicians who have made their name promising no forever wars, forever wars, and promising not to engage in additional military conflict.
Right, especially again from J.D. Vance.
You can never write a blank check like that. And this is the same perspective that I have on this is what I said. Do you remember when Elon Musk was saying that he was like a free speech absolutist? I was like, well, you shouldn't say that because there's plenty of parts and types of free speech that you disagree with and you think is bad. Like, for example, posting like your jet's current location. Like, that's just the first one because it puts you in immediate danger, at least in your mind it does. So like it's... I think that a lot of people, like, and this is a big problem that people's messaging has, is that there's always this issue of people usually overshoot with their messaging, and because they overshoot, then it seems like they've kind of written themselves into a corner because they're speaking in absolutes.
Who is effectively the ambassador because he has such credibility with that part of the Republican Party. The newer part of the Republican Party, as opposed to what used to be most of the Republican Party, which is more hawkish.
What's your take on the claims of U.S. intelligence that Iran was at least 2 to 3 years away from developing a nuke. Would you rather abort a baby in the 9th week or the 3rd? What's your take on the claims of U.S. intelligence that Iran was at least 2 to 3 years away from developing a nuke? Would you rather abort a baby in the 9th week or the 3rd? Or the 9th month or the 3rd? That's my viewpoint. Does it matter? Yeah. Yikes. Wait, am I wrong, though? Am I wrong? Hey, you guys know I like to use the worst possible metaphor in order to communicate, right? Obviously, I love doing that. But, yes. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah, that's it.
We're following the latest developments out of the Middle East right now. The newly brokered ceasefire.
Trump quote, Israel and Iran, quote, don't know what the fuck they're doing. Man, we are so back.
Between Israel and Iran
Yep.
appearing to grow more fragile after both sides launched attacks that threatened to sink the deal just hours into it. Those moves leading to a furious rebuke by President Trump. Listen.
He pissed.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Why do they bleep this shit out? Like, who is this for? Who are you bleeping it out for? Like, who gets offended by that? Well, like, in my opinion, I think if you're the kind of person that complains and gets offended by profanity, like that's like a core Karen belief. We need to just stop paying attention to them. Next time you hear somebody complain about that, just say, bitch, shut the fuck up. Unless you're at work. Then, like, complain about that, just say, bitch, shut the fuck up. Unless you're at work. Then, like, quietly undermine their efforts at work until they get fired. But, otherwise, bitch, shut the fuck up. The FCC?
All right, joining us now, retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus. He was also director of the CIA and commander of the U.S. Military Central Command, which oversees the Middle East region. General, thanks so much for joining us. Let me get your immediate reaction to what we heard from the president this morning.
Well, President Trump is obviously trying to reinforce the ceasefire that he essentially declared.
Yep.
I'm not sure that either of the countries completely agreed with it when it was made, but
you know what? I bet he's right. I do. I bet he's right.
Iran seemingly accepting this, they of course were engaged through the and then we engaged directly with the Israelis and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who had previously said that Israel was very close to achieving its objectives.
Manifested the ceasefire? Yeah. I could easily imagine Trump saying, would you be open to a ceasefire agreement? And then them saying, maybe. And then talking to him, would you be open to it? Maybe. Okay, all right. Yep, guys, they just agreed to both of it, and there it is. Yeah, that's probably exactly what he did. Fake it till you make it.
Appears to have accepted as well. Yes, there was that exchange. The Iranians in particular launched 5 volleys of rockets, which killed at least 4 Israelis. They responded to that. But I think that now that this is a bit more solid, and we'll see how it goes during the course of today, where you could see perhaps some further attacks on U.S. bases by Shia militia supported by Iran there, as we saw over the course of the last 24 hours.
That's the thing they got to stop, bro. They got to stop. The thing is, like, you got a bunch of these clowns going around and attacking people on behalf of Iran. That's Iran attacking people. Like, just because you pay somebody else to do it doesn't mean you're not doing it.
But with
like,
no American
really,
casualties.
really, what the fuck?
General Petraeus, how long
about?
do you think this ceasefire can actually last?
Well, I think that the Iranians probably would be happy to be able to catch their breath.
Yeah.
To see what they have left. You know, one of the big questions out of this, in fact, priority intelligence requirement number 1, or at least after? Are there
We
any
got
further
3 bottle rockets, a smoke bomb, and 1 military commander left. Not so good.
threats to U.S. facilities, personnel, and so forth in the region?
Oh, and they might have some
Clearly has
enriched
to be,
uranium.
is there any highly enriched uranium left? And are there any of these centrifuges left as well? That's a big question. Did we really penetrate down into those spaces? I think the Massive Ordnance Penetrator is an incredible weapon system. We reportedly dropped 12 of them on the Fordo site alone, the deeply buried site.
Yep.
But we really need to figure out, does Iran have anything left? That would be very, very important, especially if they were able to cart it away clandestinely and might be able to reestablish some enrichment capacity and take what was already highly enriched uranium, 60%, the next turn of the enrichment process to over 90% for weapons grade.
General Petraeus,
I have to say that I love this line of thinking that they don't immediately know the answer to this question. As if they don't know whether they're doing that or not.
Yes, I want to play what the president said this morning when he was asked about Iran's nuclear facilities. Listen to this.
What do you say?
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there, absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone.
It's appalling when they play
Can
stupid.
we definitively say, General Petraeus, that these facilities
with no moon, and they hit that target. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone.
It's appalling when they play stupid.
Can we definitively say, General Petraeus, that these facilities have been completely destroyed, completely gone?
Well, first of all, there's a very, very impressive U.S. operation following on very impressive Israeli.
Well, how the fuck would he know that? He's not. He's retired. How would he possibly know that?
Operations. Of course, by the end, the Israelis were flying free. They had destroyed all the strategic air and ballistic missile defenses that Iran had. That said, I think the president probably is correct that the damage to Fordo means that what they would do if they need to rebuild the program is do it somewhere else. And there have actually been rumors at various times that there is another deeply buried site somewhere out there. And again, I'm sure that intelligence officials are working very, very hard to confirm or deny that. So again, Fordo, I'm sure the damage is so very substantial that it would be unwise to rebuild that particular facility. And also, by the end, the Israelis were flying free. They had destroyed all the strategic air and ballistic missile defenses that That said, I think the president probably is correct that the damage to Fordo means that what they would do if they need to rebuild the program is do it somewhere else. And there have actually been rumors at various times that there is another deeply buried site somewhere out there. And again, I'm sure that intelligence officials are working very, very hard to confirm or deny that. So again, Fordo, I'm sure the damage is so very substantial that it would be unwise to rebuild that particular facility, and also probably structurally unsound. But if there is HEU somewhere else, highly enriched uranium, and if some centrifuges were moved before these strikes on the different facilities, that's another matter. And that, again, will be a very key intelligence question that has to be determined in the days and weeks that come.
In an official statement, Israel says it has accomplished its goals in Iran ahead of this ceasefire deal. How does this square with the possibility that Iran could still have enriched uranium?
Well, I'm sure that the Israelis are ready to go after that if that is the case. I'm not sure all of us get quite how significant 10-7 was, and this change in the strategic mindset of the Israelis, that they will not allow a threat to be established, not just in their neighbors, in their neighborhood with Hezbollah.
Wouldn't we have been surveilling Fordow for weeks to see if they moved anything? No, guys. What you don't understand is that you see the intelligence agencies that were able to figure out what apartment building different leadership in the Iranian government were living in, and when they were in that apartment building, you have to understand that they were so busy looking at that they weren't able to find the publicly available satellite photos of trucks leaving the Fordow site. And yeah, all of the intelligence agencies missed out on this. They didn't notice that. And luckily there was like a user on Twitter with an anime profile picture that was like, oh, you missed one. Maybe they moved the bombs. They say, oh, shit. Oh my God. Oh fuck. Wait, we didn't know this. Oh my God. Yeah, let's see here. And is that, you can't change any of this? Watch news being a doomer is disappointing. What is this here? You're just complaining about what is this? You're complaining that I'm not playing WoW. Okay, well you can go watch somebody that plays WoW. I'm gonna ban you. Yeah, I don't know how you still have any. I don't know how we have any of those people left. Honestly, I would assume they'd all be on Social Security now. But yeah, people are literally incompetent like that at all levels. I mean, there's a certain level of stupidity though that like that's probably not the case, right? Like, I mean, if you had to guess, right? Would you bet on that? No. And anybody who's playing devil's advocate with this stuff, you would never actually bet on this. You're just playing devil's advocate in order to argue. Like if you were a gambling man, nobody would gamble on that outcome.
Lebanon or Hamas or the others, but they will not allow a threat to be established in the region if it is one that can actually threaten their security, as Iran's capabilities clearly had done.
I want to get your reaction, General Petraeus, to something the former U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about how the Biden administration war-gamed a potential military conflict with Iran. I'm quoting now. In that scenario, the Iranian regime could hide its near weapons-grade material, green-light weaponization, and sprint toward a bomb.
So they already had this shit planned out.
Mr. Trump's strike has risked precipitating what we want to prevent. How big of a risk is that? What do you
So stopping them from making a bomb is going to make them make a bomb? What the fuck?
think, General Petraeus?
What?
Well, I don't think you can dismiss the risk, as I have obviously described. What? And again, that's why the intelligence authorities have to pursue this. But the damage overall to the entire nuclear enterprise, two dozen or so nuclear scientists, the facilities in which they did their work, all of the different enrichment sites and storage sites. Again, the damage done by the combination of Israeli and U.S. strikes is very, very substantial.
Even he's
saying and I think it will be very difficult, unless there is some other site out there, and that's never been confirmed, to which they took some of the highly enriched uranium and some of the centrifuges. That would be the worst case, and that clearly, again, is the question of the day.
In another important development today, General Petraeus, the president is on his way right now to the NATO summit in the Netherlands. He says he'd like to see a deal with Russia ahead of that summit, and we're now learning he plans to meet with the Ukrainian president.
CNN saying we didn't destroy the sites.
And we're now learning he says he'd like to see a deal with Russia ahead of that summit, and we're now learning he plans to meet with the Ukrainian president.
CNN saying we didn't destroy the sites. Iran argued about nuclear enrichment being necessary for medical advancement, then compared it to having oil and being unable to sell it. Yeah, I don't know. What risk? What facility? This is Israeli propaganda? Really? I feel like it's Iranian propaganda, if anything. They're trying to act like this shit didn't happen.
Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Could the momentum from this recent ceasefire help facilitate a deal?
Only if the U.S. and all the other European countries that are members of NATO would do so much more for Ukraine that they could change the dynamic on the battlefield and finally convince President Putin that he cannot achieve further objectives at acceptable cost. And he's been willing to take enormous cost, as you know, assessing about a million wounded and killed over the course of this latest war. And 500,000 of those unable to return to the front lines because they were killed or so seriously wounded.
General David Petraeus, as usual, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Wolf.
Right now across the United States, hospitals, dams, and power plants.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious that that they set them back a while. I mean, if they keep trying to make a nuclear bomb, obviously they're going to be able to do it eventually. But that's the reason why you have, like, it's not like we can't use the B-2 bombers again. You know, they can just do it again. So there's no reason or worry about this. It's not a big deal. So you just got to do it again if that's what happens.
They call you the godfather of AI. So what would you be saying to people about their career prospects in a world of superintelligence?
Trained to be.
Everything looked great on the surface, but something felt off. Something didn't feel right. And they don't even know that they're dealing with a psychopath. I know every tactic in the book, every single mind control.
Okay, everyone, I've got good news and it's going to impact you, but to put it in the right context, I've got to start with a quote from Gabe Newell. This is back in 2012.
In the past 24 hours, let me get this straight. Iran bombed a base in America. Trump said, LMAO, you missed. This is Trump talking about, basically, so he set up last night. Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stray from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with promise. God bless you both. Right? So he goes and he says this shit, right? And I mean, if they stray from the path of righteousness and truth, how do you believe in Trump? Well, because it worked. That's the reason why people believe in this guy, because he does insane shit and somehow he comes out ahead. That's the reason why. I mean, it shouldn't work. It shouldn't happen. There's no reason for this to happen. It defies all logic and rationality. No, it didn't. Well, no. Okay, so then, well, it didn't work though. Well, now it is working again. So it didn't. Okay, so he says that there's a ceasefire. He's promising there's a ceasefire. Everybody's saying is that, you know, Trump, you know, should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Everything is going really well. This was a moment.
Now, we're hearing incredibly optimistic views coming out of the White House as far as how long this can hold and what this is going to look like.
Yes.
That obviously still remains to be seen on the implementation side of this, and waiting to see if the firing does stop and if Iran and Israel do both agree to this. Because, you know, speaking of the fluidity of the situation, it was just 24 hours ago that President Trump himself was suggesting a regime change in Iran was a possibility. And obviously right before that, having the United States strike Iran. And so,
of course,
yes, there have been a lot of phone calls going back and forth. In part, this has to do with Iran's limited response earlier, where they fired on a U.S. base in Qatar, but there were no casualties. We know that they did give a heads up that they were going to be firing on U.S. bases without exactly specifying which ones.
I mean, how is it like? How do they just tell you, like, yeah, we're going to bomb you? By the way,
but that is the question here.
Yeah,
is
just
if
by the way,
the United States felt that it did not need to respond to the Iranian retaliation, did that create the space for this? That is what we've been hearing from administration officials. And so the question is whether or not this still holds for the next few hours.
And so they're trying to second guess Donald, right? They're saying like, oh, bro, this shit's not going to happen. Then in the middle of the broadcast,
Caitlin, I just been given word that Iran, according to a diplomat who briefed CNN, Iran has agreed to the ceasefire. So this is significant. I just want to try to learn some more information as soon as we get it about that. But if that is the case, that's incredibly significant because that is, we were waiting, we had not heard from Iran, we had not heard from Israel. All we were going on so far has been the president's social media post, which was some 2 hours ago. So again, that is the first indication we have that Iran has agreed to this.
Well, there we go. And so anyway, this is how it is. And, you know, everybody was happy and things were going very well. And so then right after that, obviously, oh, by the way, the House passed a bill to defund the Taliban. I don't know how that exactly happened, but, you know, that's where we're at. saying
if NATO is going to proceed into the 21st century, if it's
my understanding is that Spain is one of the ones that isn't paying, and I think it could also be Germany, but I could be wrong about Germany. I don't think that I'm wrong about Spain, though.
to be relevant.
What's up, bro? Long time no talk, man.
Hey, long time no see. What's up, Tyler?
What's up, bro? Well. You came to a real man's land, huh?
Well, you quit Warcraft 3 because you were scared.
I did not quit. Did not say I quit. I very clearly messaged you. If you have another tournament, Robbie, I'm playing it again. I said that to you.
Yeah, you did say that. He said it. I don't have time to plan a tournament right now. But so for now, you quit. It is what it is. It's okay. You can come back. You can make a comeback. So I figured I'll come to your game because I miss you.
And how are you liking it?
I love it. It's always weird because like every League player you speak to, they're like, "Run away! This game is terrible. The game used to be better. It will crush your dreams. You will develop disease." But it's honestly a lot of fun. There's a lot of skill expression. There's a lot of complexity. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Nice. Dude, that's like I think if you... How many days in a row have you played?
I've been playing for 5 days straight.
How many days in a row? Sorry.
5 days. 5 days.
5 days straight. How many hours a day?
A lot. Like 4 hours. Tyler, you still there?
Okay, okay. No, you're trolling. You're trolling.
I mean, I've been busy, man.
Long story short, what I'm getting at is if you play for a month, if you make a goal and you're like, I'm gonna get diamond by this date, and you start playing for 12 hours a day, and then you start dealing with the teammates, that's when it gets toxic.
Yeah, I think so.
If
probably.
You set a... Okay, no, you're trolling. You're trolling.
Like 4 hours.
5 days straight. How many hours a day?
A lot. Like 4 hours.
Have you played?
I've been playing for 5 days
how many days
straight.
In a row? Sorry.
5 days. 5 days.
5 days straight. How many hours a day?
A lot. Like 4 hours. Tyler, you still there?
Okay, okay. No, you're trolling. You're trolling.
I mean, I've been busy, man.
Long story short, what I'm getting at is if you play for a month, if you make a goal and you're like, I'm gonna get diamond by this date, and you start playing for 12 hours a day, and then you start dealing with the teammates, that's when it gets toxic.
Yeah, I think so.
If
probably.
you set a goal in this game, these fucking freaks devour you. They can sense it, bro.
I don't mind if people are bad sometimes. It's annoying when, like, we had this one guy, I did a double Q, I think it was unranked. I did double Q with sun glitters, and there were two people. One of them banned Sunglader's pick on our own side. They were our teammates, and the other picked my pick, Renekton mid, even though I had already pre-picked it. So like they were obviously sniping, griefing. Those are annoying. Yep. Those make me lose faith in humanity, and if that happens enough, I'm gonna quit. But you know, until then, it's a lot of fun. You can't quit because it's your main game.
Grubby, what are you saying? I did not play this game for 7 months. You're fucking baiting me, dipshit. What are you saying? I can stop this game anytime. I even recently haven't been having that fun. I was playing Street Fighter stuff. I'm doing a Street Fighter tournament next week. I'm playing Street Fighter all next week. I can quit whenever I want, man.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you.
Okay, sorry. I just logged into my US account so that I would be able to lottery you. Dude, that was not bad, actually.
Really?
I saw that you played in Season 4, or excuse me, last year.
Yeah, I played 1.5 years ago. Dude, I was so cooked. I major crashed out on all 3 MOBAs. I made the stupid mistake to play all 3 at the same time. I was playing HOTS, I was deep into Dota, and I was like, yeah, let's add League, let's see what it's like. In my mind, it was like cool content, trying all 3 MOBAs at the same time. But I suddenly crashed out big time from Dota 2, and then I realized I could not touch any of the others. I was so mad at playing with teammates, so I didn't play for like a year. And then, yeah, I'm ready again.
I watched you play Hero of the Storm. You've been playing that recently, and you got Diamond, I believe?
Yeah. Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, bro, yes, man.
Checking up on me sometimes?
Yeah, see how you doing. You all right over there?
Cool.
That's what I'm trying to do, yeah.
That's fun. I set a goal to get Diamond, got it. Then tried to get Masters, realized it's going to take a year. So I thought, better try League now. Been wanting to try it for a long time, and this time it has my full attention. I mean, I still do some Warcraft 3 for content as well, but I'm need a bit of a break from it.
Wait, Grubby's quitting Warcraft 3? You officially announcing that right now?
I quit many times, all right? I love betraying Warcraft 3 for another game, all right? And then I come back.
Uh-oh. YouTube's not going to like that, Grubby. That's a clip.
Done it before, we'll do it again, Tyler. It is what it is. So,
all right.
Are you going to watch this VOD?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. There's actually, dude, so the thing about this, so there's so much information, obviously. I think I could sit here and yap to you endlessly, but
You know, this isn't so much you coaching me as it is me coaching you on how to be coached. So I hope there's a good takeaway for you.
What are you saying? Dude, that's what?
That's what this is.
Wait, so you're gonna? This is you teaching me how to be the student.
Yes. I'm gonna show you how to be coachable.
No, that's not true. I was coachable, Grubby. I absorbed everything you said. I was volunteering. I watched your stream forever. I wrote down notes. I adapted. I used those notes in my games.
I will say you're a very hard worker. You have grit, and it is inspiring. No cap.
Oh, thanks. Okay, I am sharing my screen on Discord. Can you see it?
Gonna watch. When I watch this replay, because I've been telling so many of you Warcraft 3 training people, I've been saying like watch replay, analyze, ask some questions, try to answer them yourself. I watch this. I have two monkeys playing with the symbols in my head.
Really?
I don't have the metrics to analyze what I should be doing, what I should be looking at. Like, yeah, sure, I can point out, oh, that guy that's ganking me, he was visible on the minimap for 6 seconds. I should look at the minimap. Okay, cool. But in the game, I'm not looking at the minimap because I'm planning my next move in the lane. So, yeah,
okay,
those are...
so does this perspective mess you up? Would it be better to watch your own VOD?
Oh, yeah, I think it is actually better.
Okay, let's watch your own VOD then.
Yeah, because this replay is going to show angles that I'm not privy to normally. Okay, got it.
There we go. Jesus. Okay, no, there was actually so much you did at the beginning that was like, that game was not your fault at all. I think that Camille was low-key a smurf. I need to check, actually. He was doing some shit that you... Yeah, he was a little bit better than what his rank actually was.
Okay.
It was like basic shit. The way he would push waves, the way he would combo, the way he would like drop turret aggro flawlessly that time against you.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what the fuck? He has a... I forget what you called it, but... Yeah, okay, so for instance, this guy is 11-2 right now.
Wow, okay. Yeah. So he might be a little better. Yeah, no chance.
Yeah, but you did really well. Your CS was even, and if you did these little tips, it was really good. Okay.
Thanks.
So first thing was you got the wrong runes. So like right from the start, you were at a disadvantage. I know you don't know what Camille does.
Yeah, I don't know what Camille does, so that's obviously like I just need to play against them often enough. But I know I've looked at the rune pages before. How do I, in 30 seconds, make that decision? Or should I just do more homework outside of the game?
So I think for Urgot, I would just be better if you go a standard tree, just every single time.
Okay.
I will... God damn this fucking client.
Is it one of the recommended? Because that's all I pick.
No, it's... Okay, if you have the client open...
Yeah, I have it.
So in your first tree, you went press the attack?
Okay, sorry, I have it open. I'm not on a rune page. I'll try to go there.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. You are on... Wait, oh, you're looking at my... well, I'm just looking at what you're showing. So let's go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, you can go to your own... Make your own runes.
Okay. Backpack, runes... And then it remembers what I last played, and I'm going to that. Okay, I'm looking.
Okay, so for Urgot, this tree every single time is going to stay the same. Yes, it's going to stay the same. I would go press the attack.
Yep.
Triumph, Bloodline. This gives HP, so it's going to make your abilities do more. Your abilities later do more damage. You're going to go Bloodline instead of this, and then Last Stand. Sorry.
Okay, let's see. What am I giving up? I'm giving up Ability Haste, which is only for Q and E, and is useless for W.
Yep.
Gain lifesteal for every legend stack. Gain max health. Okay.
Which the lifesteal doesn't really matter because it's Urgot, but it's the health pretty much when it's stacked.
How does 85 max health help? Or are runes just such a small percentage difference anyway?
They're a small percentage, but they add up. So this one will give 85. But then if you take this scaling HP, it gives you 180 at 18. So together, that's like 260 HP from just runes.
Okay.
Which is like a ruby crystal. So it's like 400 gold, but it's more than that. So
okay.
They add up. They add up. Yep. Little by little. Okay, so this tree is staying the same every single time on Urgot. That is it.
Okay.
Now, the second tree, there's two choices. If you you don't have to, but if you are going to try and scale, if you're like, I do not want to fight early, for whatever reason, you're having a bad day, you just want to chill, scale, do whatever you want. You're going conditioning and resolve, conditioning, and then overgrowth.
Okay. It looks like what I had was bone plating, which means I take less damage when I'm getting chunked by several consecutive attacks. And you're saying gain armor and magic resistance and increase your armor and magic resist. So I'm tankier over a longer period of time rather than into burst.
Well, later, so conditioning starts after 12 minutes. That's when you get the bonus stats.
That's why it's also probably stronger than bone plating, because you sacrifice not having anything.
Yeah,
for
it is.
12 minutes.
The issue with bone plating at your level is you're not aware of when it's coming off cooldown or when it's proccing or what. You're not aware of when.
That's why it's also probably stronger than bone plating, because you sacrifice not having anything.
Yeah,
for
it is.
12 minutes.
The issue with bone plating at your level is you're not aware of when it's coming off cooldown or when it's proccing or what ability the enemy can actually proc it with accidentally, and then you're literally without a rune for 1 minute.
Yeah.
If it gets procced accidentally, it's procced by anything.
You would play around it.
Exactly, and I still don't take it. I still think it's dog shit. But higher level, like at blah blah blah, people will be like, well, no, because at this 3-minute trade, I'm gonna have my bone plating up, and I'm gonna go all in, and it's gonna win me that one trade. And because I won that one trade, I'm gonna win the whole. Like that's what that.
Yeah. Okay.
But like you're not gonna be thinking that in silver.
Yeah, makes sense. Agree.
So it's just easier. Again, if you go these conditioning and overgrowth, you can still fight early. I'm not saying you don't fight. It's just if whatever happens, the enemy just is playing super safe, you're playing safe, you get more value later in the game.
Okay.
Okay.
Should
so
I
that's
name
option
this
number 1.
and remember this?
What's up?
Like, should I name my rune page and then remember it? And...
Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then 2 blues. You have double adaptive and then health scaling.
Okay.
Okay. So that's option number 1, in my opinion.
Okay.
I haven't played Urgot as much. I used to be challenged on him, but I haven't played him in a while. Next option would be go inspiration.
Yeah.
And this is what I go personally. I love this one. Inspiration, magical footwear, approach velocity.
Oh my god. I'm always scared of magical footwear because if I die too much early game and I can't get a boots back to lane, feels even worse.
Yep, it does. But what this does, like this is like if you're playing against like ranged champions or anything, having these like 2 runes that give you movement speed lets you kite in and out. It lets you chase. It makes your Q pretty much a guaranteed kill.
My Q? Because I slow them and can then
slow,
catch up and start chunking them.
Yep, and so the way it'll work in game is you're at 9 minutes, or if you get your boots at 10 minutes, whatever, your Q's level 2, level 3, whatever it is, they're slowed. You get bonus movement speed from your magical footwear, your swiftness boots, your approach velocity, and they're slowed. No, Aatrox can't fight you, but
2-1.
That trade.
Yeah, 3
You're
minions.
gonna get ganked here. You haven't warded. You don't know where. 3.
Oh, 1.
It's like where you're just playing.
You know what's funny, Floss? I weigh myself. I actually weigh more than I ever have. And I think in some camera angles, I think you can see like I'm not as slim as I have been sometimes in the past. But I think I'm a bit slimmer than before in my face. Do you know where the weight went? To my belly. It went to my belly. It's always the belly. Is it always the belly for men? Isn't it true that belly fat accrues because of stress? But that doesn't need to be the reason for, okay, that's a whack comp. That doesn't need to be the reason for men, does it? It always goes there. Less. You need to about it. And schlong, so I guess it balances out. Guess we could rush priest to dispel lightning shield. Near fire frostworms.
Work complete.
Do I just... I think I could benefit with some more bats.
Work complete. Work complete.
Is this winnable? I don't think so. The thing is, no matter how much dispel I get, my priests aren't gonna walk from here to dispel the hippos here.
Work complete.
I'm pretty low on upgrades too, 2-1. Oh my god, look at that. Next must be upgrades. Okay, those bats were big. Pretty good. That was a terrible inferno. Sad. My bad. Sleep him, sleep him, sleep him! Sleep his hero! That's literally why I picked the spell, to stop channels. And he doesn't cast it.
Thank you for being such a positive inspiration in so many ways. I appreciate you a lot, friend.
Thanks, Stout Destroyer. In what way? Yo, my heroes are stacking! The Inferno is still fighting. Good boy.
Work complete. Work complete.
What is it?
Bats were big. Nala just died. Bats are very good late. Apparently, yeah. Flying machines are doing a pretty cool job too. Getting a second armor upgrade now. Okay, this is gonna be hard. Good bats. Very good bats. I have Infernal. Hold it. Now. Do it now. Do it now. He did it. Oh my god! Spit! Spit! Fuck! We might have already won if he had spit. Why you don't spit? Oh, we got this. They left the game after calling GG. Oh my god! Yes! Damn! 3 orcs, by the way. I guess the WCG 2004 champion did make a comeback. But not alone. This time he brought friends. Ramus and Big Daddy.
kind of want to do the Vel'Koz tank again. Fuck that. Crooks. Bro, that was some insane fucking kick. Babe, come here. Doubt it. That much impact. Holy miss. That was a great play by him. Fucks up our tempo, and we knew he was doing that as well. Like, we pinged it. We pinged that he might go for a pick there. Okay, here. They're committing for mid. Beautiful. That's very good tempo play. It's so good, man. We had multiple ways to play that, but collapsing on mid, that they gave us an opening, was the best by far. Because they neutralized their entire top play. Gonna get the wave, fellas. You should ult this, yeah. Absolutely correct to ult that as Yone. Even kept a minion alive for a bit. Wow, we actually end off of this? Insane, bro. We had one cannon with 1 HP. GG, well played. Wow. Skull, this team enters. GG, well played. Wow. Skull, this team enters. He's right. He's right. Honestly, my early game was too good for building like a tanky version of Elcus, which means my mid game went absolutely crazy. Like I could walk down mid lane, past tier 2 turret, and just live while pulling 4 people, and we would even trade kills and stuff. I'm gonna give it to Diamondbrook just for that one.
What's better than playing some of the greatest games of all time on one of the best-selling gaming consoles? Installing a desktop operating system. Imagine the possibilities. Turquoise, moving a mouse, typing, and whatever this is, the possibilities could turquoise, moving a mouse, typing, and whatever this is, the possibilities could be endless, just like my levels of insanity. But how can we accomplish such a task?
Oh, dang it.
The Rufus USB. On this USB, I have PS2 DOSBox, which is a port of PSP DOSBox, which is then a port of another version of DOSBox. And also, this contains pain and suffering. Oh, what do you mean about that, Jace? Well, I'll tell you. You see, the PS2 has a USB bandwidth of like 1.5 megabytes per second, which is insanely slow. Like, almost slower than a CD slow. It's like trying to shove chapstick down my throat. Except it doesn't taste as good. Anyway, I guess we should get started. Oh, and I gotta break out the world's worst capture card again. Yeah, this is from Temu. It was $5. It has no writing on it, and all the capture bits are in here. In you go. There, now you can see. Insert me into the orifice. Controller acquired. So on the Rufus, we have a very legitimate backup of the Windows 95 install files within a virtual 2 GB hard disk image, and then we have Microsoft DOS, which is going to actually launch those files. Insert. Oh, perfect. Into W launch elf we go. Oh yeah, my PS2 is modded. You should watch this video to find out how that happened. Oh, hello, DOSBox. You look very good and not de-interlaced badly at all. Oh, nice. It looks like we have switched fields. I think we need a keyboard. And we're also gonna need a mouse. There's not enough USB ports and I don't have a hub available. This thing is terrible. I hope the PS2 can recognize this as both a mouse and a keyboard. Wow, that USB port is tight. Also, scan this QR code for your ears to feel very good. Hello? Oh, hell yeah. Illegal command hello. It's time to type the world's second longest command. This is mounting DOS. We have to boot that in order to boot Windows 95. Boom. DOS has been mounted. Now for the Windows 95 hard drive. Oh yeah, and when I said that last command was the world's second longest command, this one's first in that list. Enter. Oh. I've never seen DOSBox take this long to mount a drive, even on the 3DS. Good job, USB drive. You're doing fine. That text is very legible. Hey, look, it mounted successfully. Awesome. Well, I guess our only choice now is to try to boot it and install it. Starting MS-DOS. Now that that's booted, we could boot Windows 95. My dreams could never be more fulfilled in this very moment. Nothing has come close. See? It sees it, set up, and now we wait until the heat death of the universe. You know, this is going pretty well so far. I can't wait till later where everything doesn't. Seb is now going to perform a routine check on your system. No, please don't. No, please. It has to, but no. No, it's gonna take so long. Yes, media descriptor, my favorite scan disk. You gonna load anything else there, buddy? Oh, wow. Yeah, it's scan disking, all right. Probably like 10 times slower than I've ever seen it do before. And it's all because of this thing. Yeah, I probably should have just moved all these files into the internal hard drive I installed in here. But hey, we'll deal with that later. Surely the performance can't be too bad in the operating system, right? What does Windows 95 even need to write and read? It's gonna take 45 minutes to open Paint. We can just stare at turquoise for a few hours, it's fine. I don't think we're even a third through this. You know what? It's been like 20 minutes. We're putting the files on the hard drive. Just kidding. Behold the hard drive. Into the enclosure with you. Oh! They keep coming back. I can't get rid of them. They're in my walls and my teeth. There's one in my pant leg. Ah! Okay, hard drive. Try not to corrupt challenge 1 million. Yeah, we gotta make a new partition called plus DOSBox in all caps. And then DOSBox is supposed to just mount it, maybe? Oh cool, I forgot this program does this. Every game is a partition on here, and this program likes to slowly scan every single one of them when I click this button. Okay, finally. Hopefully when I click this button, it doesn't...
But I could be wrong about Germany. I don't think that I'm wrong about Spain, though.
To be relevant, it has to literally have cash on the barrelhead here. We don't want pledges. Yeah. We don't want some sort of projection
Spain
of maybe getting to 2% in 3 or 4 years. We want them to pay up now.
Yeah,
assuming
obviously.
For argument's sake that Iran, their government is responsible for these strikes and not some proxy group like Mike Tobin alluded could be the case in light of the fact that Iran is denying that they are involved in this. Did Iran pick this timing in order to embarrass President Trump as he heads to NATO? And if so, how big of a miscalculation is that?
Well, I don't know how...
I mean, I don't think they tried to embarrass him. I'm going to be honest. I really don't think so. Because if they did... I mean, this is the guy that... I mean, he already bombed your nuclear sites with the fucking B-2 bombers. Do you really want to fuck with this guy again? This is the guy that the day after the 60 days of the negotiations, everybody who negotiated with him was dead. Like, do you really want to fuck with this guy? I don't even know if they would do that. I'd be surprised if they did.
Specific it was in terms of embarrassing the president. I would say that it was a miscalculation on the part of Iran if they were responsible. It's kind of this as I said, this gray zone around the establishment of a ceasefire that it can be kind of a difficult period. But I think the key is for him to send the message to the Iranians that this is unacceptable. That if they want to get to diplomacy, they're going to have to start acting responsibly. And otherwise, you know, he's going to take the gloves back off and let the Israelis go back in.
And this is the statement from Defense Minister Israel Katz. I have instructed the IDF to respond forcefully to Iran's violation of the ceasefire with high-intensity strikes against regime targets in the heart of Tehran. So with that, would you say that the war is officially back on right now?
No, there's no way.
Well, let's see what the Israelis actually do. I think some targeted strikes in response to this would be proportionate, and then the ball goes back into the Iranians' court. So I think we'll see what the next couple of hours bring. But this was not a good move on the part of the Iranians. But I do think the ceasefire is recoverable.
And finally, Todd alluded to it, but Israel is saying that one missile was intercepted, and Iran is denying that they took part in it. Could it have been a proxy and not an Iranian strike, or is Israel able to tell and determine?
Here's the thing, right? If it's one missile, Iran said they didn't do it, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. I would, because it's just cleaner than just, you know, than just continuing to go and go and go and go and go.
That this was coming from Iranian airspace.
Well, if we haven't figured that out yet, Carly, we will be able to figure out in pretty short order. And I would be a little bit surprised because the Iranian proxies have been remarkable for their silence over the course of this 12-day war.
They've been real quiet. Here, I'll go ahead. We'll watch this. Here we go. Let's see it. There he is.
Good evening, Mr. President.
No.
President. How do you feel about the royal treatment you received? President? Mr. President, please. One picture.
And that's it. He just did not give a fuck.
Guys, I think it's time. What? What do I play against Kaylin Morgana? I'm going Sever. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna go my Cleaver build, I don't care. What does your title mean? It means big black cleaver. Wait, where's the enemy? Oh, they're there. Well, imagine drafting Kaylin Morgana and I'm being in lane level 1. Like, what are you even doing? Now, if it's using like 100. No way. I wanna play jungle! Not playing. You're shitting me. Okay. If I try logging into my ADC account, am I allowed playing? I wanna play jungle! No way. No way. No way! Dude, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way, bro! Wait. But then if I sign out on this account, right? And I log into my 80 fucking way, bro! Ain't no way. Ain't no wait. It's permabanned. Fuck! So now we need to play ADC. I'm literally getting hostaged. I'm getting hostaged. Please tell me it's not a remake. Please tell me it's not a remake. Please tell me.
walking. He's walking to the 3. He's at the 2. And the cat is in the CDW red zone. CDW, people who get it now, a policeman, a state trooper has come on the field, and the cat runs into the end zone. That is a touchdown. And the cat is elusive, kind of like Barkley and Elliott. But he didn't know where to go. Look at, they're trying to corner him. And they got him in the end zone. There are state troopers all around this cat, which now climbs up into the stands. And the fans are running for their life. Now it goes back on the field again. And it's running in the back of the end zone. And it runs up the tunnel.
And Gignac involved in springing a counterattack. Well, there's a cat on the field. Gignac managed to ignore the rampaging feline, and I think in the end it did have an effect. That was well timed by that Moggy, wasn't it?
Really was. It was a great overlap by the cat. Just went round Gignac as though he wasn't there. Just wanted to be laid in.
Yeah, just by a whisker. Little mode, he just carried on for a second. He had cat actually got a touch on the ball there, didn't he?
Look at that. Somebody brought their cat, and it's run on the field. Now, you might remember one of the most classic bloopers in history with the Mariners here. And a member of the Mariners grounds crew trying to catch a kitten. And maybe you've seen the highlight, maybe you haven't, but went out there, picked up what looked like a little harmless kitten. And as he was carrying it in, the kitten scratched him and bit him. Hilarious. So who is going to chase down this cat?
It wouldn't be me. It just wants a way out. Just show me a way out. I'll leave. That's a good-sized cat, too.
Showing its teeth.
I think it's wondering when the cat jumped in the stands and ran across a couple of the people.
I've seen that one too. Nobody really wants this job.
I think if they open the gate, I think it'll run in the gate. There you go.
You can't beat fun at the old ballpark.
There's a cat on the field, Jim.
It's Halloween season. Incomplete. Hold on. That's what I want to see.
So look at this, Jim. This is like how you ran in high school. Look at that. Perfect form, extension. I mean, and doesn't even get phased if there's people around. Just look. Ooh, look at the change of direction. Does he get both feet in right here at the end, Jim?
Well, he turns it upfield.
Ooh, that's way too much fun at this point. People around. So.
Hold on. That's what I want to see.
People around. Just look. That's way too.
Oh, there's an intruder on the field. Run the whole length of the field. Excellent pace. Great agility.
What have you done? That wasn't the way. No, that wasn't the way to go. It's like a streaker in football, but it's a cat. I think the cat's going to win. I just have a feeling. And he has gone.
Oh no! Oh dear.
Superstition has struck in Penrith with a unique kind of streaker on the field during the Panthers' clash against the Sharks.
Well, there it is.
Is it a panther?
The mini panther.
Have a look at it.
Maybe that's a superstition thing. They're looking for 13 straight, the Sharks, and the black cat turns up. Conspiracy theory here at Penrith.
However, the mini intruder couldn't deter the ladder leaders from charging towards their 13th straight victory.
Teams become aware of that now, as we see the panther. Well, he may be best on ground for the Panthers today. No disrespect.
He's got a nice step.
But the only thing that can stop the Marlins right now is a cat in center field, desperately looking for a way out of here.
Yeah, I feel like that sometimes.
Easy there, G. Now Stanton is going to knock on the door. Yeah. Don't pick that up.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Uh-oh.
Don't do it. Now the cat is going to have to take a lap. There's no way out over there, right?
Nope.
This brings up, remember I told you that night in the Kingdom long time ago where the usher tried to pick up. Oh wow. What? I don't know. Where's that cat going to go from there, though?
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, there was a cat in the Kingdom, and one of the Yeah, there was a tried to pick up. Oh, wow. What? I don't know. Where's that cat going to go from there, though?
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, there was a cat in the Kingdom, and one of the security guys, look at this cat. Terrific stuff by the cat. Outstanding.
Oh, my.
He has scaled.
Look at this.
He has scaled the home run sculpture. And now the cat's mind has to be blown, right? I mean, he's looking up, and he sees
Flamingos.
Flamingos and sunshine.
He's like, all right, I'm good. There's no humans around here.
The cat's like, what? Wait a minute. What world is this?
That was an incredible effort on his part.
That was.
Or her part, I suppose.
The cat deserves some
scaled the wall.
Downtime here. All right. We'll keep an eye on the cat.
We're just waiting for a stray cat to depart. The playing area. No hurry. A quick look around and it might be Joel Robles' duty to remove the feeling. Off the cat scampers.
Replay the points.
Against Moylan. I'm gonna say there's a squirrel. Our rally squirrel is back, Danny. That's a cat. Not a squirrel. That's a cat. Somewhere Tony La Russa is nodding in approval. Remember the grounds crew coming out there to hopefully pick up the cat. But remember that incident in Seattle where the guy got the cat and then it bit him or scratched him, and that may happen here too. There it is.
Ow! Ow! Stop it!
Oh yeah. He didn't like that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm going to run it right outside the stadium.
Look at those claws that are out.
the field. The first touch is exceptional. The movement is outstanding. The Black Cat lies through. Brilliant! Brilliant goal!
Pika Bushido Halo.